Senator West, will you pray for us up here? Senate will come to order. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa of Nueces, Hinojosa of Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwertner, Sparks, West, Zaffarini.
Members, quorum is present. Please rise for the invocation delivered by Senator West in the gallery and on the floor.
Heavenly Father, in the name of your Son Jesus, shed his blood for all mankind, that each of us in our own individual way acknowledge each and every day. Father, as we have a new dawning of the 136th day of this legislative session, I hope, Father, that we have used the talents and tools that you have provided us in a manner in which you would be grateful and also make certain that we've done your will. Father, we hadn't gotten everything right, but we tried our best to do so. We hadn't been able to look out for everyone, but we've tried our best to do so. Because we know, Father, that what we do to the least of thee, you will remember. Because that's what you would have us use our talents for. So, Father, as we embark on this 136th day of session, we say thank you. Thank you for your darling Son, Jesus. Thank you for all of his sacrifices. And we hope that as we move forward, you, Father, will shine upon each and every one of us and say, well done, my son, well done, my daughter. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend West. That was a beautiful prayer. Thank you. The Dean of the Senate moves to dispense with the reading of yesterday's journal. Any objection? Hearing none. The motion is adopted. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to.
Thank you. You had more than an armful today. You had a box of bills with orange backs. We like that color. Chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 625 by Birdwell, recognizing the McLennan Community College Dance Team for winning 2 2025 National Dance Alliance Championship titles.
You recognize Senator Birdwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, let me introduce a very special group of ladies in the gallery today. Will the delegation from McLennan Community College please stand, if y'all would? Members, joining us today are the McLennan Community College dance team. The team just recently won not one, but 2 national dance championship titles last month. The event took place in Daytona, Florida, where McLennan dance team captured both the championships in the jazz category and the team performance category. Now, here's what's really important. The McLennan Dance Program was founded in 1976, and this is a highly decorated program that has now won its 14th national championship. That's a championship every 3.5 years, members, and this year in particular marks their 8th year in a row to win the national championship. Joining us in the gallery are President Dr. McCowan of the President of McLennan Community College, head coach Ashley Keys, the head coach of the dance team, assistant coach Emma Howard, and then 5 of the members of the team could make the trip today to Austin. Miss Victoria Westbrook, Miss Sky Hall, Miss Sophia Trice, Miss Jade Rivera, and Miss Mia Lozano. Texas is proud of their accomplishments. They've represented the college well, they've represented McLennan County well, and certainly they've represented Texas well. Members, please welcome these national champions to the Texas Senate. Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption.
Any objection? Hearing none, the resolution is adopted. Congratulations, ladies, and incredible accomplishment. Welcome everyone in the gallery. Good to have you visiting with us today. We're on day 136 of 140 days. It started in January. Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa with a recognition. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President, members. I have a special recognition today because I'm really honored to join by my colleagues, Dean Severini and Senator Adam Hinojosa, to recognize 13 dedicated students from the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley who worked in our offices during the legislative session. And the reason it's so important is that I happen to be alumni from UT-RGV. Before then, it was UT Penn American, and before then it was Penn American. It's a great university. We have over 34,000 students, and we have them come to the state capitol and serve as interns, where they do an excellent job, a great job in helping us put our legislation together, screen constituents that come and visit us, and it's really an amazing experience they have working in the Texas legislature. But I do have a special recognition of one of the interns, Sylvia Rodriguez. Sylvia, could you please stand? She'll be graduating from UT-RGV. Sylvia is one of those persons that come in and have so much energy, so much focus, that any type of work, any type of job, any type of assignment, she will take on. And we have to depend and rely on her to help late at night putting the files together, making sure that we're ready to be presented the following day at criminal jurisprudence or wherever we needed her. And what was really amazing is that she picked up on it right away. And her research was perfect. On any topic, any issue that we needed, background information, research information, she would put it together. She's been an excellent addition to our office and very easy to deal with and talk to. And quite frankly, without her, we could not have really worked and put together all the files, all the information that was needed to present our bills before committees. So thank you so much, Sylvia Rodriguez, for being there for us. working late, never saying no, always taking every task and every assignment to you to have it done. We really appreciate you working with us. And Mr. President, I'm going to yield to the Dean.
Dean, speak on the recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, it is my pleasure to join Senators Chuy Hinojosa, Adam Hinojosa, and Roland Gutierrez in recognizing students from the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, who are participating in the Rio Grande Valley Legislative Internship Program and the Texas Legislative Fellowship Program. In only 10 years, members, UTRGV has become one of the largest and the most impactful Hispanic-serving institutions in the nation. It has expanded access to higher education across South Texas, with campuses from Brownsville to Rio Grande City, which is in Senate District 21, and even offers classes in my hometown, Laredo. This session, UTRGV has been well represented in my office by my intern, Paulina King Benitez. Would you please stand? A political science major with a minor in legal studies, Paulina is a participant in the Rio Grande Valley Legislative Internship Program. She exemplifies the very best of UTRGV, dedicated, disciplined, and committed to using her education to give back to her community. Thank you, Paulina, for your service, and thank you, UTRGV, for empowering South Texas students to lead and to succeed. Thank you, Mr. President and members, and especially Senator Chuy Hinojosa for taking the lead and we're working with this program.
Thank you, Senator. I know we have a press conference to talk about the biggest property tax cut ever coming up in a few minutes. So, Senator Adam Hinojosa, you want to speak briefly?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to thank my colleague, Senator Hinojosa, for bringing forward this resolution, honoring our outstanding interns from the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley. Just special recognition for Natalie Garcia, who's one of our bright stars in our office, who served as our scheduler, our timekeeper, and just often our lifeline. She did a tremendous job during this session. We thank you for all your work, and thank you all you interns for the work you do for the state of Texas. God bless you.
Senator Hinojosa to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to recognize Sophia Lopez, who supervises the interns, do a great job, and we appreciate the work you've done with our office, and we all in the legislature appreciate interns that come in and work with us to help us pass laws and make Texas a better state. So please, members, help me welcome the interns from the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator. And Senator, I have one of my own up there that's a musician, a scholar, and wants to come back as a lawyer working here in the Capitol. So, thank you. Senator Eckhart, introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, join me in welcoming again Dr. Georgianne Freeman, who is our Doctor of the Day for the second time this session. Dr. Freeman is a constituent of mine, although she's a native of Houston. She is a friend of Travis County who has served on the County Medical Society's Public Health Committee, helping us combat viruses in Travis County and Central Texas over the last 13 years. Dr. Freeman completed her master's in public health at East Tennessee State University. She went on to complete her osteopathic medical school in Des Moines and did her residency at the University of Washington in Seattle. And I know that last time she was here, I mentioned this, and I'm going to mention it again. While in Washington, she made house calls on horseback, getting chickens on the dollar as a rural doctor for over 8 years through the National Health Service Corps Scholarship. Known around these parts as the downtown doctor, Dr. Freeman opened her clinic just 2 miles from the Capitol, right here in Austin in 2009. At her clinic, she provides inclusive health care for all people, regardless of age or gender, specializing in reverse aging for women over 40, providing contraception, along with evidence-based care and support for every Texan. She also enjoys teaching a rotation of rising medical professionals in osteopathic medicine. And at her clinic, along with taking time off at Deep Eddy Pool, one of the greatest watering holes around. But don't tell anybody. I'm afraid the secret's out. One of my favorite watering holes. Dr. Freeman, thank you for lending your time to us yet again, and I hope we don't keep you too busy today.
Welcome. Good to have you with us. Thank you. Members, we're ready to go to work. Chair recognizes Senator Bettencourt for a motion to concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 4. Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I'm honored to move to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 4. House added a clarifying amendment to a record property tax relief proposal, part of $10 billion we're doing for property tax relief. It just aligned the hold harmless provisions with previous homestead exemptions. And members, this bill here, SB 4, will save every homeowner in the state all $5.7 million. $484 from each year for as long as they own the home, or 30 years, and that is nearly $14,000. And with that, I move concurrence on Senate Bill 4.
Senator Bettencourt moves that the Senate concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 4. Any objection? Hearing none. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, no nays. The concurrence motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bettencourt, Chair recognizes you for a motion to concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 23.
Thank you, Mr. President. But wait, we're not done yet. There's more. I move to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 23. The House added the same clarifying amendment to align the hold harmless states with previous homestead exemption increases. And Mr. President, the good news is that for 2 million homeowners that are over 65 or disabled, their average savings on their ISD bill is an eye-whopping $933. And with that, I move concurrence on Senate Bill 23.
Senator Bettencourt moves the Senate concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 23. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Members, as you know, we have a press conference, I think, for everyone who wants to attend here. We have a real quick recognition by Senator Miles, and then we'll meet at the back door. Senator Miles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, members, and I will be short. I'd like to introduce to you D'Angelo Coulter, who is a graduate student at LBJ School of Public Affairs and University of Houston. D'Angelo graduated in 2022 from Texas Southern University with a bachelor's degree in political science and government. Prior to joining my office, D'Angelo was a state legislative internship program last session and worked for a House member. In my office, D'Angelo oversaw education K through 16, local government and water, agricultural and rural affairs committees. In addition, he was my lead staffer who prepared me for the floor and debates on several bills that dealt with issues like DEI, election, and local control. After the session, D'Angelo will be going straight to Washington, D.C. to work in Congress through the UT's Archer program. After graduating, D'Angelo plans to get his PhD in education. And D'Angelo, I want to personally thank you, sir. I want to personally thank you for your service, for preparing for my floor debates. It's not easy, but your exceptional research skills and deep understanding of my community, it served and made you an invaluable addition to my office. I'm confident that great things lie ahead for you. Members, help me to thank D'Angelo Coulter for a job well done.
Members, if we could all gather by the back door. Members, we're going to stand at ease for this press conference, and we may appoint some conferees while we're doing this.
15 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct the following conferees?
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 15, Chair Senator Betancourt, members Senators Middleton, Paxton, West, and Creighton.
The following motion, the secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 268 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Motion by Perry.
Senator Perry moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 268 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct the following conferees?
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 268, Chair Senator Perry, members Senators Colcourse, Hall, Sparks, and Cook.
The following motion in writing, the secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 331 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Motion by Colcourse.
Senator Colcourse moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 331 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct the following conferees?
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 331, Chair Senator Colcourse, members Senators Perry, Hancock, Hall, and Blanco.
The following motion in writing, the secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 447 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Motion by Hinojosa of Hidalgo.
Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 447 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct the following conferees?
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 447. Chair, Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo. Members, Senators Johnson, Hughes, Birdwell, and Perry.
The following motion in writing, the Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 457 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Motion by Senator Kolkhorst.
Senator Kolkhorst moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 457 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 457. Chair, Senator Kolkhorst. Members, Senators Sparks, Hughes, Blanco, and Campbell.
The following motion in writing, the Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1610 and request appointment of a conference committee. Motion by Senator Perry.
Senator Perry moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1610 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 1610. Chair, Senator Perry. Members, Senators Huffman, Flores, King, and Hinojosa of Hidalgo.
The following motion, the Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 763 and request appointment of a conference committee. Motion by Senator Alvarado.
Senator Alvarado moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 763 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 763. Chair, Senator Alvarado. Members, Senators Birdwell, Miles, Flores, and King.
The following motion in writing. The Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2337 and request appointment of a conference committee. Motion by Senator Hughes.
Senator Hughes moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2337 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 2337. Chair, Senator Hughes. Members, Senators Betancourt, Hinojosa of Hidalgo, Birdwell, and Hinojosa of Nueces.
The following motion in writing, the Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2753 and request appointment of a conference committee. Motion by Senator Hall.
Senator Hall moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2753 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 2753. Chair, Senator Hall. Members, Senators Hinojosa of Nueces, Hagenbu, Paxton, and Hughes.
The following motion in writing, the Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 3059 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Motion by Senator Campbell.
Senator Campbell moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 3059 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 3059. Chair, Senator Campbell. Members, Senators Huffman, Parker, Schwertner, and Hancock. Does anybody have the house up? Nobody does.
The following motion in writing, the Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2900 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Motion by Senator Colcourse.
Senator Colcourse moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2900 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 2900. Chair, Senator Colcourse. Members, Senators Nichols, Campbell, Perry, and Zaffarini.
The following motion in writing, the Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2217 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Motion by Senator Hughes.
Senator Hughes moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2217 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 2217. Chair, Senator Hughes. Members, Senators Betancourt, Hall, Birdwell, Hinojosa of Hidalgo.
The following motion in writing, the Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2018 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Motion by Senator Paxton.
Senator Paxton moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2018 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 2018. Chair, Senator Paxton. Members, Senators Hughes, Hinojosa of Hidalgo, Hinojosa of Nueces, and Sparks.
The following motion in writing, the Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2024 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Motion by Senator Perry.
Senator Perry moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2024 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 2024. Chair, Senator Perry. Members, Senators Hancock, Huffman, Hinojosa of Hidalgo, Betancourt.
The following motion in writing, the Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 145. Motion by Senator Schwertner.
Senator Schwertner moves that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 145. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on House Bill 145. Chair, Senator Schwertner. Members, Senators King, Kolkhorst, Campbell, and Johnson.
The following motion in writing, the Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 493. Motion by Senator Hughes.
Senator Hughes moves that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 493. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on House Bill 493. Chair, Senator Hughes. Members, Senators Bettencourt, Johnson, Birdwell, and Parker.
The following motion in writing, the Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 2974. Motion by Senator King.
Senator King moves that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 2974. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on House Bill 2974. Chair, Senator King. Members, Senators Sparks, Parker, Perry, and Alvarado.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
For recognition, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, in the South Gallery, I'd like for some of my constituents to stand up. They're very special people. The Executive Director of the San Antonio Coalition for Veterans and Families, Mr. Tony Fuentes, who's accompanied by Raz Hernandez, Kevin Lomax Sr., Cynthia Fuentes, Joanna Dobbins, Chris Kind, and Marcia Kind. And I'm going to tell you why these folks are so special. They are part of the San Antonio Coalition for Veterans and Families that render services to local military personnel, veterans, and their families. This group, the SACVF, was established by Lieutenant Colonel Hector Villarreal, a Vietnam veteran and a contributor to the book Back from War, Finding Hope and Understanding in Life After Combat. Initially known as the San Antonio Coalition for Veterans, the nonprofit has helped meet the needs of current and future service members, veterans and families, and caregivers and survivors in the greater San Antonio area. In 2013, the organization adopted its current name, the San Antonio Coalition for Veterans and Families. And let me tell you what they do. They do one-on-one veterans assistance program. It's confidential. It's personalized service to the veterans and their families who may not have access to resources provided by any other nonprofit or government agency. The organization also works with more than 255 veteran service providers in the community to develop solutions, issues impacting veterans, and it hosts monthly meetings and community forums to share information and discuss key topics such as PTSD, service animals, VA benefits. In addition, the organization educates other groups, companies, and programs about ways to help. Through their efforts to raise awareness and foster support for Texas veterans and their families, SAC-VF has set an outstanding example of civic engagement, and the organization should be commended for its achievements. Members, on a personal note, in Bexar County, in San Antonio, Bexar County, home county, when a veteran family is desperate, they're having a problem with an electric bill, with a mortgage, with a car, a major emergency, and you have nowhere else to turn, SAC-VF answers the call. I know for a fact that there are many veterans without you who may have found themselves in a very, very dark place. I want to thank Tony and all Ram and all of the volunteers that are here with us. The other thing is there's no overhead to these folks. These people do this out of their heart. As a matter of fact, Tony and I are working on some office space. We're trying to find him a one office place. And literally, it's about food. It's about basic necessities where it's too small a problem for some other nonprofits. SAC-VF stands up and stands in the gap. I know that you are helping veterans keep hope alive and keep themselves alive. So it is an honor to welcome you to your Texas Senate. Thank you for coming up from San Antonio, but more importantly, thank you for what you do for veterans and their families. Members, let's help me give them a welcome to their Texas Senate. Thank you, Mr. President.
The following motion in writing, the Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 650 and request appointment of a conference committee. Motion by Senator West.
Senator West moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 650 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 650. Chair, Senator West. Members, Senators Perry, Menendez, Flores, and Hall.
The following motion in writing, the Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1660 and request appointment of a conference committee. Motion by Senator Huffman.
Senator Huffman moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1660 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 1660. Chair, Senator Huffman. Members, Senators Flores, Hinojosa, Hidalgo, Campbell, and Nichols.
The following message from the governor. The Secretary will read the message.
To the Senate of the 89th Legislature, regular session. On January 22, 2025, I submitted the name of Cynthia Cindy Lyons Fields for appointment to the Texas Lottery Commission for a term to expire February 1, 2029. Because she resigned, I hereby withdraw her nomination. Respectfully submitted, Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, to nominations.
The following motion in writing, the Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the nomination of Ms. Cynthia Lyons Fields to the Texas Lottery Commission be withdrawn from the Committee on Nominations, and I further move that the nomination be returned to the governor pursuant to his request. Motion by Senator Campbell, Chair of Nominations.
the following motion in writing. The Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate I move that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 3071. Motion by Hancock.
Senator Hancock moves that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 3071. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on House Bill 3071. Chair, Senator Hancock. Members, Senators Birdwell, Hughes, Alvarado, and Flores.
Members, that concludes the morning call. Senator Schwartner is recognized to suspend the rules on House Bill 20.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Mr. President, members, I move to suspend the Senate Rule 7.25, the intent calendar rule, and the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 20. Members, reports indicate that the U.S. manufacturing and construction industries face a hiring crunch for skilled workers such as carpenters, welders, electricians, and plumbers. For this reason, a high school student who earns a certificate in certain in-demand industries is better positioned to find gainful employment upon graduation. House Bill 20, a priority bill of the Texas House, creates the Applied Sciences Pathway Program, which will provide an efficient way for high school students to earn certificates from institutions of higher education in in-demand industries while still in high school. Certificate programs must be in the list of 20 targeted industries, including welding, electrical, and plumbing. The program, the Applied Sciences Pathway Program, will help 11th and 12th grade students complete a certificate program while in high school by allowing the Texas Education Agency Commissioner to approve the substitution of a required credit with a credit in a course provided by an institution of higher education under this program. I will be offering one perfecting floor amendment that also sunsets the program in 6 years. That amendment had been distributed several days ago to all the offices. Mr. President, I move suspension of the rules to take up and consider at this time House Bill 20.
Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Question to the author.
Senator Schwartner, do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Miles
President.
is recognized.
Senator Schwartner, you know, there was a time when the state of Texas, we kind of took all of our tech out of high schools and our trade training out of high schools. If I understand this bill correctly, we're going to reverse that, and we're going to put more technical and trade, not only put them back in high schools with this bill, but we're also going to give them a certificate so when they graduate from high school, they will have a certificate to go straight to work. Is that correct?
That's correct. In very high need and high demand, high paying types of industries, such as electrical, welding, sheet metal, carpentry, mason, a reinvigoration of career and technical education in Texas. This bill, HB 20, complements what was done under HB 2 and then other bills, HB 120, regarding trying to enhance career and technical training. And so I'm very happy to author this bill and sponsor it on this side, and I hope we can get the favorable consideration of the body.
So this bill is going to help us to close that labor gap that we're expecting to have coming up here in the near future.
That's correct, Senator. That's the goal of this bill, to enhance career and technical education training and reinvigorate it here in Texas.
Mr. Senator, on behalf of the students in the state of Texas, and especially in Senate District 13, I thank you for this very, very good bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Miles.
Senator Schwartner moves suspension of Senate Rule 7.25, the intent calendar, and the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 20 on second and third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 20. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 20, relating to the establishing the Applied Sciences Pathway Program.
The following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 1 by Schwartner.
Senator Schwartner is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is the floor amendment information that was distributed several days ago when this bill was first put on tent. But the amendment makes, first, some technical corrections, and second, provides for a 6-year sunset provision, and finally, ensures that students pass the associated end-of-course assessments in the subject areas prescribed under current code to be able to substitute a course in that subject area under the program. Move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Senator Schwartner moves adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Senator Schwartner is recognized for a motion.
I move passage to third reading, House Bill 20.
Senator Schwartner moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Schwartner is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Schwartner moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage House Bill 20. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 20 relating to establishing the Applied Sciences Pathway Program.
Senator Schwartner is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the body and the senators for their indulgence. Move final passage of HB 20.
Senator Schwartner moves final passage of House Bill 20. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator
President.
Schwartner.
Thank you, members.
Senator Creighton is recognized to suspend the rules on House Bill 2594.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, under current law, prosecutors face jurisdictional limitations that can hinder their efforts to bring charges when cybercrime crosses county lines, especially when dealing with intangible personal property, such as digital assets like cryptocurrency, online fraud, or intellectual property theft. Committee substitute for House Bill 2594 provides prosecutors with greater flexibility to pursue these crimes and seek justice on behalf of victims by updating our venue statute to allow for prosecution of these crimes in the county that either the victim resides in, the defendant is apprehended in, or the defendant is extradited to. This change aligns with current Texas law, with other venue statutes in place for crimes such as fraudulent use of identifying information, credit card abuse, computer crimes, and financial data theft. This legislation will give our local prosecutors the tools they need to fight modern theft and cybercrime and ensure that victims of complex, multi-jurisdictional theft cases are not left behind because of outdated venue statutes. Mr. President, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider. Let's back up on that, Mr. President. I move to suspend Senate Rule 7.25, the intent calendar rule, and the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 2594.
Senator Creighton moves suspension of Senate Rule 7.25, the intent calendar, and the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 2594 on second and third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2594. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2594 relating the venue for the prosecution of certain criminal conduct involving theft.
Senator Creighton is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move passage to third reading.
Senator Creighton moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Creighton is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Move to suspend.
Senator Creighton moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage House Bill 2594. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2594 relating the venue for the prosecution of certain criminal conduct involving theft.
Senator Creighton is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move final passage of House Bill 2594.
Senator Creighton moves final passage of House Bill 2594. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The chair recognizes Senator Campbell for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I have a very special announcement. I want you all to know that this is Senator Charles Schwartner's birthday. Join me in telling him happy birthday.
chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 167, instructing the enrolling clerk of the House to make corrections in House Bill 1314.
The chair recognizes Senator Hughes to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, HCR 167 is a corrective resolution to fix a typo. House Bill 1314, a bill that passed with strong support out of both houses that makes sure that consumers are getting accurate estimates before they start medical treatment. And this corrective resolution would strike subsection A, the literal heading subsection A, and make it say subsection 2. It's literally to fix a typo, and move adoption of HCR 167.
Senator Hughes moves adoption of the resolution. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the message.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that
Chair recognizes Senator Huffman for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 9.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Members, I'm going to move to concur on Senate Bill 9. Members, this is the bill that produced some of the refinements to earlier legislation in previous years dealing with bail. And the House did some more work on it, and I think the additions are great. First of all, the members of the House clarified the de novo appeal process when a prosecutor appeals the amount of bond for a repeat offender or for an offense that is eligible for the denial of bail under the Texas Constitution. This bill directs the Court of Criminal Appeals to rule on these issues within 20 days and for the Supreme Court to adopt rules regarding this appeals process. Members, this is going to be a great check on the judges as we move through this new process. So if a judge does not use his or her discretion appropriately, this will be an avenue for appeal. The House also added an amendment requiring that individuals adjudged guilty of a first or second degree felony be taken into custody and held until sentencing. There had been some issues of individuals being released on bond. I think one was a very high profile case here in Austin where that happened. Additionally, the House amended the offense of terroristic threat to only be ineligible for a personal bond if it's charged as a Class A misdemeanor or higher. The House also strengthened victims' rights by ensuring that they have access to and are notified of information related to their perpetrator's case. And this was really, crime victims in Houston really worked on this issue, and it's a great addition to the bill. Finally, the House made various clarifying and non-substantive changes to ensure the bill is fully operational. We all worked on that together to make that happen. Again, thanks to Lieutenant Governor, the governor, and of course Representative Smithy, who's here in the chamber, and I appreciate that, to make this all work. We have reformed this statutory framework, again, building on work that we have done in the past. This just makes it all the better, and it will be a great tool as judges review the bonds for the most serious offenders. And of course, with this legislation, we're standing up for victims, for law enforcement, and giving the judges the tools that they need to do the right thing. So I move to concur.
Senator Huffman moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 9. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 29 ayes and 2 nays, the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Huffman for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 40.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this was the bill that prohibited the use of taxpayer funds to pay a nonprofit organization that accepts and uses donation from the public to basically make a defendant's bail bond. The House simply clarified that a party that prevails in an action to seek injunctive relief is entitled to reasonable attorney's fees and costs, which is a reasonable addition to the bill. Again, makes it better, so I move to concur.
Senator Huffman moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 40. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Huffman for a motion to concur in House amendments to SJR 5.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Members, I will be moving to concur with the House amendments to SJR 5. I will say that this is a very highly negotiated piece of legislation that many people have devoted many hours to work on this legislation to get it to a point where the Senate can concur. I couldn't have done this without the work of the House, Speaker Burrows, of course, Lieutenant Governor. There's members of the House here, all who participated in the process. Representative Mitch Little, Chairman Smithy, Representative Cook, Representative Moody, and I see Representative Lauterbach, too, who's on the committee and worked on this process. So many people worked on this. I will also like to thank the Senate members. Many of you worked with me, went over to the House, and helped get the kind of a coalition that we needed in votes to get this over the finish line. So I just want to make sure I started off by thanking everyone, because it really was a group and a team effort. And of course, I got to thank the governor too, who everyone knows highly involved in this process. So basically, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the changes, because there's been some confusion about what we did and didn't do. There were a couple of other SJRs out there floating around that did not make it through the process. But I want to emphasize that this SJR is going to make a major, major step forward in our fight to keep the most violent offenders off the streets as they await trial in certain circumstances. So what the House did was they amended the offenses eligible for the denial of bail just slightly, but they are the most serious and the most heinous offenses that can happen to an individual. Murder, capital murder, aggravated assault if the person causes serious bodily injury or used a weapon in the commission of the assault, aggravated kidnapping, aggravated robbery, aggravated sexual assault, indecency with a child, trafficking of persons, and continuous trafficking of person. The House also adjusted the joint resolution to state that a person under one of these offenses shall be denied bail pending trial after a hearing if the state demonstrates by a preponderance of the evidence that bail is insufficient to reasonably prevent a person's willful non-appearance, or by clear and convincing evidence that bail is insufficient to reasonably ensure the safety of the community, law enforcement, and the victim of the alleged offense. This bifurcated evidentiary standard structure aligns with federal bail proceedings and is supported by case law. Additionally, the House maintained the requirement for a judge to submit a written order, but importantly, and I think is a great addition to the bill, shifted the requirement to when they find that granting bail is sufficient to prevent a person's willful non-appearance and ensure the safety of the community. That's a slight shift, but when you think about it, and Senator West is asking me to repeat that, so I will. So what the House did was they maintained the requirement that a judge submit a written order, but now, a little different than when it went over, the judge now has to make the written order when they find that the granting of bail is sufficient. So if they do not grant bail, they do not have to do a written order. It is when they grant bail that they have to produce the written order. So it's a little bit of a shift. Burden remains the same with the state. They still have to prove either by a preponderance of the evidence about whether or not the defendant will return to court, and clear and convincing about the risk to the community, law enforcement, or victims. So the same burdens apply, however, it's just a little bit of different burden upon the judge who are making these crucial decisions. Also, the House added provisions that would reaffirm a defendant's right to counsel in these bail proceedings, so that's clearly stated. And those are the main changes that were made. Again, I want to reaffirm that this is strong legislation that should make a difference. Now, what really is going to make a difference, of course, is how the judges use this tool. So I'm going to take a moment to speak directly to the judges of this state. You have a duty to uphold public safety and protect victims of crime. That's your duty. You take an oath. You hold great power, and I understand you have to take in the rights of the defendant. We want you to. We want the defendant to have due process. But there are people who do not deserve to be on the streets of this state. There are people who have proven by their behavior, their actions, and the devastation that they have wrought onto people, that they must be behind bars. And judges, we are giving you that tool. No more excuses that law doesn't allow, or I don't understand the Constitution, the prosecutor didn't do their job. We have a series of changes we've made this session. No longer can magistrates make these decisions. Other bills have changed that. The elected judges have to make these decisions. And if you make the wrong decisions, now the prosecutors have a way to appeal your decision. Another SJR that's going to show up here later, probably tomorrow, is the constitutional amendment on the on the Commission for Judicial Conduct. And one of the ways now that you can be held to not be doing your responsibilities as a judge if you have a willful and persistent disregard of the bail laws of the state of Texas. This is a package, members. It's been worked on by a lot of people, well thought out. It took great effort and coordination with these House members. I cannot thank them enough, every one of them. We all work together to make this work as a package. And we've done this for the victims. As I was thinking about what I would say today, I thought, well, it's so hard to name people because, members, there are thousands of victims. It's mind-boggling, heartbreaking, and it's not just people who were murdered. Yes, my God, there's the mothers that we've all heard the testimony, the mothers, the fathers, the brothers, the sisters who talk about people that were murdered. I think of the 80-year-old woman who went to Walgreens to get her prescription filled and was, stabbed to death and left like a piece of meat in the heat in Walgreens parking lot in Houston. Jocelyn Nungare, who, a young girl who went out at night and was raped and strangled and left in the gutter to die by two individuals. There are just thousands, but it's not just murders. There are aggravated robbers. There are people who have been victims of brutal rapes, both men and women. There have been people who have been put down on their knees and begged for their life with a gun to their head, and the next day the person was on the street in their neighborhood. This is real, and this has been going on for years. We have been making this fight. We have fought, couldn't get it done, but now we have gotten it done. What has come to this body, though, still gives the judges some discretion. I beg you, go back to your constituents, tell them about what we've done. They have to still vote for this constitutional amendment, and tell them to watch their judges to make sure. The vast majority of judges in this state, in my heart, I believe, will do the right thing. The problem is with the few who do not do the right thing, and those are the ones that we must watch. So this isn't an assault against judges. It's working with the judges to tell them, you have a tool now, and let's make this happen. So I want to thank those victims who so bravely have come to us and testified, who have activated groups, who have used social media to get the word out, and finally gotten this army together. And y'all have been with me every step of the way, and the House has too now. And so this is a great piece of legislation. I think that's going to make a difference to Texas. That's what we should be doing here. One of our main jobs, I believe, is public safety and protecting our constituents. And this bill, this constitutional amendment, when approved by the voters, which I believe they will go a long way to making a difference. And by God, if we're not making a difference, then why are we here? But we are. This makes a difference. We've done it together. And we should be very proud of this moment. And so with that, I move to concur with SJR 5. Thank you, members.
Senator West, for what purpose?
Question on concurrence.
Senator Huffman, do you yield?
Of course.
Senator West, you're recognized.
Great bill. One issue, and I just didn't get clarity on it.
Sure.
What happens in instances where a judge decides that not to release someone on bail?
To release?
Right. You said something about the report. If they decide, they have to do a report saying why they granted bail in these areas.
If they do not grant bail, then they would just say, bail is not granted, and that would be the end of it. That would be their
Okay,
ruling.
I'm playing devil's advocate now.
Okay.
And so the person obviously have a right to have an attorney
Yes.
appear with them in any type of bail hearing.
Correct.
And if they are not able to afford one will be appointed, yada, 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 yada.
Correct, yes, sir.
So there'll be a record made as to, at the bail hearing.
I don't know if there will always be a record made by a court reporter. That is not necessarily standard practice now in my experience in courtrooms. And there is nothing in the bill that requires testimonial evidence and so forth. It's a probable cause hearing. I'm sure you're very familiar with that. Remember also that the judge is required to look at the public safety report, which was established.
I'm not.
And all that, a lot of information is in there.
I'm just trying, if for some reason someone wanted to do a habeas corpus, they would still be able to do that?
I think that this doesn't affect anyone's right to the writ process.
Okay. But there will not be a record that that person could use.
I think the record would be the public safety report, which is part of the record, the PSR, which has a lot of information about the defendant's background and other information. That's all set out in statute, and it's a form that's statewide. So they would have access to that and the probable cause information, and that would, of course, I guess it depends because different counties do it in different ways. If it's on a non-arrest warrant, a lot of times the officers have written out a probable cause statement. Other times the prosecutor just relays the probable cause information to the judge, and that would be the format. And again, I think this is going to differ from county to county because the different counties are set up in different ways. For example, some counties just go straight to the grand jury process, right? Whereas Harris County has files and information, so it's a little different process.
And I guess some of the larger counties do it that way.
Right.
And so I'm going to make sure and I encourage voters to vote for this. That's the only real issue I see. And I've had people call and say, well, judges won't be able to make determinations in these cases. That's not true. They'll be able to still be involved in the process, right?
Absolutely. There is still a burden on the prosecutor to either prove by a preponderance of the evidence the risk of running or not showing up for the next court appearance, and then clear and convincing evidence that they're either a risk to to others in the community, law enforcement, or the victim. So those same requirements.
I heard you say two things, though. Preponderance of the evidence, and then clear and convincing evidence.
Right. There's a bifurcated burden depending on and remember, it can be either or both, to deny bail. Either a preponderance of the evidence that they could willfully have flights, they wouldn't come back, just the regular standard about whether or not a person will return to court. And then there's a different burden of clear and convincing to prove that they would be a risk to the community. And that was set in place by the House. It did not leave here that way. It came back that way with the bifurcated
I'm going to go back
trial.
one more time on you. All right. Probable cause that the person committed the crime.
That's for across the board for all, yes.
And then clear and convincing evidence.
That they would be a risk either to others in the community, the victims, or law enforcement, or all of the above.
And let's see, the other standard was?
Preponderance of the evidence.
Preponderance of evidence.
About whether or not there's a risk that they would take flight. I'm going to use that term, but you know what I mean, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Senator Huffman moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to SJR 5. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the motion is adopted.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator King for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, if you remember, Senate Bill 6 was the bill that was trying to find a way to make sure that we were able to absorb all the data centers and not, frankly, run out of electricity in the meantime, not affect reliability and pricing. We sent a very good bill to the House. We negotiated an amendment that still is very much the Senate language that was adopted in the House. The only thing that was not part of negotiations, and your chiefs have all received a copy of all the changes. The only thing that was not anticipated was a single amendment that was intended to be a local amendment for Laredo only. We believe it's acceptable. It was for Richard Raymond that brought that amendment. I have one-pagers on my desk for anyone that would like to know the final outcome, the outline of Senate Bill 6, but I can tell you it is what the Senate worked on and put together with some good assistance by the House when it got over there. And it's a very solid bill for Texas, and I will tell you that it does reflect, in its revised form, the objectives that the Senate had put in. I also just really want to thank Chairman Swartner and all the members of BNC who put so much time, and all your staffs, into working on SB 6, because it is in a lot of ways, a brave new world in electricity for the state of Texas. And I think, frankly, what we've done here today may become the model for all the other states. And so with that, I would move that we concur with the House amendments.
Senator King moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 6. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Following motion in writing, Secretary read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 2067. Motion by Middleton.
Senator Middleton moves that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 2067. Is there objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted. The motion is to instruct the following conferees.
Conference Committee on House Bill 2067. Chair, Senator Middleton. Members, Senators Schwertner, King, Campbell, and Creighton.
Following motion, Secretary read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to House Bill 3590. I move that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 3595. Motion by Perry. Members, Senators Colcourse, Chair Senator Perry. Members, Senators Colcourse, Hinojosa, Hidalgo, Sparks, and Betancourt.
Senator Perry moves that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 3595. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has concurred in the Senate amendments to the following measures: HB 27, 135 yeas, 2 nays, 1 present not voting; HB 42, 110.
Thank you. Senator Parker? You're recognized for a motion to suspend the rules on House Bill 4233.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate Rule 7.25, the intent calendar, and the regular order of business to take up and consider HB 4233 on second and third reading. HB 4233 aims to clean up the finance code by aligning our money transmission licenses requirement and auditing requirements with the federal government. The bill is a cleanup that was requested by the Department of Banking as well as our major auditing firms. This bill comes in direct response to recent federal regulatory confusion surrounding the Securities and Exchange Commission Staff Accounting Bulletin 121 and its successor SAB 122. In contrast to the federal uncertainty, HB 4233 ensures that Texas provides a stable and predictable regulatory landscape, one where digital asset custodians and service providers can thrive while maintaining appropriate consumer protections. By doing so, we position Texas as a welcoming home for asset managers and financial service innovators in the digital economy. Specifically, the bill eliminates outdated requirements that service providers grant auditors access to anonymous customer financial data. Instead, HB 4233 restores a direct and transparent relationship between the provider and client by requiring that digital asset customers receive quarterly reports detailing their assets and any outstanding liabilities owed to them. This creates a clear and enforceable accountability framework without unnecessary surveillance or complexity. HB 4233 reflects stakeholder input and streamlines compliance expectations in a way that supports responsible digital asset innovation here in Texas. Members will have two very simple amendments.
Senator Parker moves suspension of Senate Rule 7.25, the intent calendar, and the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 4233 on second and third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4233. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4233 relating to reporting and auditing requirements for digital asset service providers.
Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 1 by Parker.
Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. This amendment seeks to incorporate the regulatory framework established in Senate Bill 1705, a good bit of it, concerning virtual currency kiosks. Cryptocurrency kiosks, while innovative, have become tools for criminals to further their enterprises and exploit our most vulnerable citizens, our elderly. We've had a lot of elderly Texans that have been targeted by these fraudsters who coerce them into transferring funds through these unregulated machines, leading to irreversible financial losses. This amendment introduces essential safeguards, including 72-hour holds, identification swipes for all transactions, mandatory registration of kiosk operators, quarterly reporting of kiosk locations, and also prompt cooperation with law enforcement. Additionally, it requires clear consumer disclosures about the risks associated with virtual currency transactions. And by adopting these measures, HB 4233, we can close existing regulatory gaps, deter criminal activities, and protect our communities from financial exploitation. I move adoption.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author of the amendment, Mr. President?
Senator Parker, do you yield?
I yield.
So, Senator Parker, 4233, the House bills that came out of Business and Commerce, I 100% supportive. This amendment you just presented us is about 18 pages long. Is this a bill?
Well, it's a portion of a bill that needed to be addressed. It's dealing with these crypto kiosk, if you will.
Which bill would that be? I remember that crypto kiosk situation.
Yeah, sure. So the bill was 1705.
1705.
1705.
1705 came out of committee as well, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Okay, so let's look it up here. 1705, let's see. Do you remember what the vote was?
I'm pretty certain we were unanimous.
I think so too. It was the one where you're giving the commissioner the ability to investigate these crypto kiosks because people were getting their money stolen or something like that.
That's correct. We have all these seniors, in particular, vulnerable citizens all across the state that have been horribly taken advantage of, and that's what the committee recognized. We needed to do something about it, and this is kind of the last opportunity here for the session to do something meaningfully, and that's why we wanted to put this amendment on.
So this 18-page amendment is just that bill?
That's correct.
Nothing else?
No, nothing else. And we have specifically some of the things that were in there with regard to caps on fees and so forth are not in there because they would not be germane. Okay. So it's just all these other pieces that provide a regulatory framework of protection for our seniors.
All right, thank you. I mean, you can understand it's late in session. We haven't had a time to, if it's that bill, we were able to vet it, but just a huge amendment's hard to vet. But I trust you and I appreciate you bringing it forward.
No, thanks, Senator. This is, my word's my bond in that regard. Thank you
for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Betancourt, for what purpose?
Third time's a charm. Thank you, Mr. President, to ask questions of an officer.
Senator Parker, you yield.
I yield.
Now, when we go through kiosks, I've had some experience governmentally all the way back, 2.5 decades. So basically, we're trying to find a virtual kiosk that has the ability to explain what we're trying to do, because that's why you need the blockchain, analytics, et cetera. Go to the macro version of this.
Yeah, so what we're talking about are these crypto kiosks where literally, and many times these machines, you'll see them in C-stores all over Texas. And sometimes the machines serve as both a traditional ATM and now a crypto ATM, effectively, Senator Betancourt. And there's just no protections there for citizens broadly, but particularly for vulnerable citizens. So we're putting in place just a very basic framework with regard to some protocols that make certain that people are not being defrauded.
For example, on page 5, where it says, warning, losses due to fraudulent and accidental transactions are not recoverable, and transactions in virtual currency are irreversible, right? So we're trying to get some caveat emptor into this, buyer beware.
That's what we're trying to do, just simple disclosure so people know what they're stepping into when they go to one of these transaction machines. And there's been a lot of illicit, dangerous behavior and activity that, frankly, criminal entities have brought that would force various seniors to try to go to one of these machines to be able to take out effectively large portions of their savings. So
and you've
that's
got
what we're
on
trying to
page
do.
10, revocation of registration, cease and desist orders, consent orders.
Yes.
So you're putting in some ways to do this. Did this come from a national standard, Senator?
Yes, there are certainly other states that are adopting similar capabilities. And so, yes, we believe this to be best practices, Senator Betancourt.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 1? Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Sarah bill.
Floor Amendment number 2 by Eckhart.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized.
This is a very simple amendment. It's simply, it's a slight correction. It moves reference of Chapter 151 of the Finance Code to Chapter 152 of the Finance Code. Simple correction, acceptable to the author.
Senator Parker, you're recognized.
It is acceptable.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 2? Is there any objection? Hearing none, floor amendment 2 is adopted. Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion.
I move to suspend the 3-day rule.
Senator Parker moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Bill is passed third reading. Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the Constitution 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Parker moves suspension of 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Berger,
31
Logan.
ayes, 0 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out on third reading. Final passage, House Bill 4233. The Secretary read the caption.
House Bill 4233 relating to reporting and auditing requirements for digital asset service providers.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move final passage.
Senator Parker moves final passage, House Bill 4233. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Berger,
31
Logan.
ayes, 0 nays. Bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 4. Motion by Senator Betancourt.
Senator Betancourt moves that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 4. Is there objection? Hearing none. Are there motions to instruct? Following conferees.
Conference Committee on House Bill 4. Chair, Senator Betancourt. Members, Senators Creighton, Hancock, Campbell, and Blanco.
Following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 568 and request appointment of a conference committee. Motion by Senator Betancourt.
Senator Betancourt moves the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 568 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Any motions to instruct? Following conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 568. Chair, Senator Betancourt. Members, Senators Paxton, Zaffirini, King, and Parker.
Following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1540 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Motion by Senator Betancourt.
Senator Betancourt moves the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1540 and request the appointment of conference committee. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct? Following conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 1540. Chair, Senator Betancourt. Members, Senators Birdwell, Middleton, Parker, and Zaffirini.
Following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2972 and request appointment of a conference committee. Motion by Senator Creighton.
Senator Creighton moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2972 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there motions to instruct? Following conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 2972. Chair, Senator Creighton. Members, Senators Kolkhorst, King, Middleton, and Hinojosa of Nueces.
Following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 3372. Motion by Senator Middleton.
Senator Middleton moves that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 3372. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Any motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on House Bill 3372. Chair, Senator Middleton. Members, Senators Betancourt, Menendez, Creighton, and King.
Following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 5138. Motion by Senator Hughes.
Senator Hughes moves that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 5138. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct the following conferees?
Conference Committee on House Bill 5138. Chair, Senator Hughes. Members, Senators Campbell, Birdwell, Parker, and Betancourt.
Senator Blanco, you recognize for a motion to suspend the rules on House Bill 4690.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to the suspension of Senate Rule 7.25, the intent calendar and regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 4690 on second and third reading. Recent changes to national fuel standards have created regional compliance challenges for Texas fuel retailers and suppliers, particularly during the transition months of April and November due to differing vapor pressure requirements on either side of the 99th meridian. These split standards have added logistical complexity, increased costs that are ultimately passed on to consumers. This bill provides a practical solution by allowing retailers and suppliers to buy and sell gasoline that meets the standards of either region. This added flexibility simplifies fuel distribution, reduces regulatory burdens, and helps lower costs for Texas drivers. Members, we do have a perfecting amendment.
Senator Blanco moves suspension of Senate Rule 7.25, the intent calendar and the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 4690 on second and third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4690. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4690 relating to motor fuel measuring, quality, and testing standards.
Senator Blanco, you recognize from...
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, floor amendment one.
Hold just a minute. File the amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Blanco.
Senator Blanco, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this floor amendment is a perfecting amendment that addresses a drafting error to make it clear that fuel retailers and suppliers may sell gasoline meeting fuel quality standards on either side of the 99th meridian. It aligns the Texas fuel regulations with nationally recognized standards to streamline implementation, support consumer protection. With that, I move adoption.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Blanco, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to pass to third reading.
Senator Blanco moves passes third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Blanco, you recognize for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3A rule.
That is my motion, Mr. President.
Senator Blanco moves suspension of the 3A rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
30 ayes and 1 nay. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage of House Bill 4690. The Secretary read the caption.
House Bill 4690 relating to motor fuel measuring, quality, and testing standards.
Senator Blanco, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of House Bill 4690.
Senator Blanco moves final passage. House Bill 4690. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
30 ayes and 1 nay. The bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 2885. Motion by Schwartner.
Senator Schwartner moves that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 2885. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Are there motions to instruct the following conferees?
Conference Committee on House Bill 2885. Chair, Senator Schwartner. Members, Senators Hughes, Parker, Hinojosa of Nueces, and Campbell.
Senator Zaffarini recognized for motion to suspend the rules on House Bill 1094.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I move to suspend Senate Rule 7.25, the intent calendar, and the regular order of business to take up and consider at this time House Bill 1094. Members, this bill relates to the regulation of transportation protection agreements. Generally, it would clearly define transportation protection agreements, exclude TPAs from prepaid funeral service definitions, and exempt them from insurance law. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of Senate Rule 7.25, the intent calendar, and the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 1094 on second and third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1094. The Secretary read the caption.
House Bill 1094 relating to the regulation of transportation protection agreements.
Senator Zaffarini recognized for motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading.
Senator Zaffarini moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Zaffarini recognized for motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bill be heard on three several days.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of three-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Ward, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out on third reading. Final passage of House Bill 1094. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 1094 relating to the regulation of transportation protection agreements.
Senator Zaffarini recognized for motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Zaffarini moves final passage. House Bill 1094. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Ward,
31
Blanco.
ayes, 0 nays. Bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 2516. Motion by Schwartner.
Senator Schwartner moves that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 2516. Is there objection? Chair hears none. And any motion to obstruct the following conferees.
Conference Committee on House Bill 2516. Chair, Senator Schwartner. Members, Senators Kolkhorst, Campbell, Hughes, and Johnson. a good design. It's, by the time.
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the rules on committee substitute for House Bill 2731.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend Senate Rule 7.21, the intent calendar, and the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 2731 on second reading and third reading.
Senator Hinojosa Avidalgo moves suspension of Senate Rule 7.25, the intent calendar, the regular order of business to take up and consider committee substitute for House Bill 2731 on second and third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading, committee substitute for House Bill 2731. The Secretary read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 2731 relating to the regulation of roadside vendors and solicitors in certain counties.
Senator Hinojosa, recognized for motion.
Members, this is a local bill that pertains only to 4 counties on the border area. In fast-growing border communities, roadside vending of unregulated pet sales has raised concerns about public safety, traffic hazards, and animal welfare. These sales often take place in high-traffic, unincorporated areas where counties currently lack legal authority to intervene. Under current law, only the largest counties can regulate roadside vending. House Bill 2731 amends the Transportation Code, changing the population threshold for border counties who have the authority to regulate roadside vending in unincorporated areas of the county. House Bill 2731 is specific regulations to the sale of live animals and limits the regulatory authority to live animal vendors rather than all roadside commerce by changing the population threshold only for border counties. With that, Mr. President, members, I move that we pass the third reading.
Senator Hinojosa moves passes third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed third reading. Senator Hinojosa, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I so move.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell,
29
Blanco.
ayes, 2 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading. Final passage. Committee substitute for House Bill 2731. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 2731 relating to the regulation of roadside vendors and solicitors in certain counties.
Senator Hinojosa recognized for motion.
I move final passage.
Senator Hinojosa moves final passage. Committee substitute for House Bill 2731. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
29 ayes, 2 nays. Bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has concurred in the Senate amendments to the following measures: HB 100, 112 yeas, 28 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Thank you. Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the rules on committee substitute for House Bill 127.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend Senate Rule 7.25, the intent calendar, and the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 127 on second and third reading. Senators, House Bill 127 from Representative Terry Wilson has to do with public institutions of higher education and influence from hostile foreign adversaries. This bill passed the House 131 to 8. It was 9-0 in Senate Education, 10-0 in House Homeland Security and Public Safety. Again, it protects research and makes sure that our higher institutions are not vulnerable to hostile foreign adversaries. If the Senate sees fit to suspend, I'll have a floor amendment with some changes requested by our universities, which we believe are good and conforming, and I move suspension.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of Senate Rule 7.25, the intent calendar and the regular order of business to take up and consider House Committee subject to House Bill 127 on second and third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute House Bill 127. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 127 relating to measures to protect institutions of higher education from foreign adversaries and to the prosecution of the criminal offense of theft of trade secrets.
Following amendment. Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Hughes.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, floor amendment number 1 is the one I referred to on suspension, and it was brought to us working with our university systems. It does a couple of things. It says the Higher Education Coordinating Board has to assist this Research Security Council with administrative support when asked. Make sure their reports are done 2 years to match the legislative cycle, clarifies a couple of definitions. It sharpens the bill consistent with its purpose, and I move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 1? Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to third reading.
Senator Hughes moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3A rule.
And that's my motion.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of 3A rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
29 ayes, 2 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out on third reading. Final passage. Committee substitute for House Bill 127. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 127 relating to measures to protect institutions of higher education from foreign adversaries.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage.
Senator Hughes moves final passage. Committee substitute for House Bill 127. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell,
29
Blanco.
ayes, 2 nays. The bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Senators.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the rules on House Bill 549.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 549 would allow school districts to get airway clearance devices to help prevent choking using allocated and donated funds to provide an additional safeguard to help keep our kids safe in schools. I move to suspend. Wait, where'd my little paper go?
Senator Johnson moves suspension of Senate Rule
7.25 and the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 549.
Senator Johnson moves suspension of Senate Rule 7.25, the intent calendar, the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 549 on second and third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 549. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 549 relating to the availability and use of airway clearance devices at public school campuses.
Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Johnson.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
In a related vein for our public schools, it would allow the schools to establish public-private partnerships to acquire the necessary equipment and training that we established in Senate Bill 294 last session to treat emergency respiratory distress in students.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to third reading.
Senator Johnson moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Johnson moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell,
31
Blanco.
ayes, 0 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading. Final passage, House Bill 549. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 549 relating to the availability and use of airway clearance devices at public school campuses.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage to House Bill 549.
Senator Johnson moves final passage, House Bill 549. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Bill is finally passed.
Thank you.
Following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 3556. Motion by Middleton.
Senator Middleton moves that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on committee substitute to House Bill 3556. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Any motions to instruct? Following conferees.
Conference Committee on House Bill 3556. Chair, Senator Middleton. Members, Senators Creighton, Colcourse, Hughes, and Sparks.
The Dean of the Senate moves that the Senate adjourn until 11 a.m. Friday, May the 30th. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The Senate stands adjourned until 11 a.m. Friday, May the 30th.